We are opening this stream manager, getting everything ready. Let's see if we get the chat here on screen. Oh, glitch bite! Alright, I'm gonna do a little bit of ASMR that. Let me know if the volumes are good, alright? Hello there, chat. How is that? I know, it's not one of those fancy pants keyboards like y'all folks have. But I'm pretty, I have actually feedback on my head, right? I can I can hear the typing as well, and it's super nice compared to not having it at all. So I'm excited about that. Well, Privan, how's it going? Okay, so music is good then. The typing is also good. Dope. Just making sure we have the right stuff open here. And Priv, regarding the database thingy, yeah, like honestly, as much noise as you can make, that would be awesome. So I can see where I can help and stuff like that, right? Um, I would if I can recommend, I would do the like smallest possible thing that would actually get you talking to a database, right? And then we can start adding layers to that and making it more robust, more flexible, stuff like that. But just so that we have something running, and then we can just move on from that, move forward, right? Excellent, excellent. If you got some code, we can definitely review it on stream as well. Where the hell? Oh, I haven't. Sorry, I'm still on the intro scene. So let's see if we can do this. We go to studio mode. We go to the coding scene. Oh, I have a new cam only scene, but it's not very good because I need to figure out how to deal with the what do you call this thing? The green screen not being wide enough for this lens. So it just feels more like uh, it feels very crappy. Anyways, we're not gonna jump to that. We're just gonna go straight to the coding one, and I will fix my light situation sometime soon. Uno, dos, tres. Transition. Assemble. Wait, let me see if I have everything open here. Yeah, okay, that's good. Transition. We'll figure something out. Dope. Hey, folks, how's it going? Good to see you. Hey, I'm Ting. Hola, amigo. How are you? Just handling some auth stuffs. What do you mean? Are you having issues? Like, at what level? Because you would have some TLS, right? Stuff for connecting securely to a database, and that should be fixed if we use the Riot SSL stuff. That package should really be called TLS. So if you get the socket, you can wrap it in a SSL context, right? And then you get secure sockets as long as you provide the right certificates, right? But hopefully that will solve that part of the authentication. And then you have the protocol level auth, and that I don't know much about. Hey, Noons. Noonish. You don't send auth correctly. Hey, Adrian, how's it going? Yeah, thank you. So this was the OG stream setup, and then I was cat seating for a friend, and so I had to improvise something, and I essentially just took, a Gorilla Pod tripod and the camera I use, and I just put that in front of the laptop, and I was like, all right, let's do it. Okay, Leo, check this out. After the Rust to ocaml transpiler, what do we do? What comes after? Writing a Twitch pod in ocaml. Yeah, we can. I mean, we started one, right? We started Chatty. Let's see if we can get some stuff here. Repo. Oh, this machine doesn't have Chatty. Right. Oh yeah, okay. We need to update this stuff. But we have a library here, right, called Twitch, and this library is supposed to just be the protocol, right, with the parsing of the messages over IRC. I really wish it was as thorough and as nice as Ryan's library. Mwah, beautiful Elixir code. I wish we can maybe tempt Ryan to actually come on stream and work with us and do some of that. Oh, Glitch Pride just subscribed. Thanks, Glitch. It's so nice to finally be able to see the stream that you folks see. You know, it's been like a month or maybe month and a half, and I just had the laptop, so I couldn't really see the stream at all. And now I have the setup with the other screen, and I can see the little bubbling like emoji occasion. You know, you get what I mean. All of the feedbacks there. Oh shit. Okay, let me see if I can. How can we get rid of the ad breaks entirely? Ads. So there's a button that says ads. I can't disable it though. So let me try that. Like I've moved the ads toggle to the other side. Huh. Okay. So we'll see how that goes. Just need a little more room here. Poggers. Hey Mohai. Ok, so, Nunes. Hoje a gente vai fazer a primeira web framework para Riot. Tá bom? I think they are helpful in some way or so. See you, Privan. I am drinking of my brand new ocaml and coffee mug that has the ocaml logo there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Privan gifted you this. Oh, thank you, Privan. Then, all right. So we are gonna just go into that and see what happens. I don't know though if this is the color scheme. Deep space. Yeah, it is. Is it? It just seems a little paler on this computer than it normally does on laptop. Yeah, I gotta admit that Apple screens are just next level. They're just so good. The old camel boy. Eu pode falar um pouco, não tanto. Yeah, we gotta change the setup here. This is the OG setup. But we have some tiny goodies like I have a dedicated microphone, this one, for the keyboard. So you'll get some ASMR here. All right, enough with that. We were working on it, but ADHD. So, yeah, mess up, right? I started playing around with this repo. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Chatty, and I think we definitely want to work on something like that. Um, but there's just been so many layers, so many things that we've been doing, right? Um, I think it would help to. Oh, damn, Tim, what the fuck's happened? Oh, that may just be overkill, but we'll try it. So I'm using a little CO2 pen microphone, Sennheiser. I think you can find it. No, Samsung. This one. This one. And it comes in pairs. When you buy it, it's a little box, right? That has two of them. They're usually used in XY sort of configuration. So you get one of them like this, and then you get the other one in 90-degree angle, right? And then you use that to capture stereo sounds. And it works brilliantly for recording guitars close by or doing like overhead of drum sets or environments. So naturally, I do have the other one. I'm just using a single one now, and I bought this ages ago when I was recording more music, but it's been a while. Anyways, so the hell were we trying to do? Come on, internet, stop distracting me. This is totally local. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Mesa, mesa, thank you, mesa, yes, mesa, mesa, mesa que más aplauda, mesa que más aplauda, le mando la niña. Ah, ah, ah. I don't know if you know any cumbia, but we listen to a lot of that back home. Anyway, so mesa. We started this 3 weeks ago, 10 weeks ago. 10 weeks ago. And the idea was, okay, we will just sketch out a little bit of what this could be, but then we have to build most of the stack. And the reason I went to the browser is that I wanted to go to Mermaid.js, right, and to do a little live editor playing around with. Yeah, oh, this is so old. So essentially, what we want to show here is how this stitches together different parts of the ecosystem, right? So I'll just keep this here. We're not gonna do the whole diagram at once, right? But we do have Riot, right? And we have Atacama, Nomad, Trail, and we'll have Mesa. And so far, what we know is that Mesa is a framework, right, that builds on top of Trail, right? And Trail actually builds on top of Nomad. And Nomad builds on top of Atacama, and Atacama builds on top of Riot, right? Now, the reality is that between Trail and Nomad, there's more of a codependency here, but I'll explain what the hell this means in a moment. No, I'll explain it right now, right? So, if we go into Bazaar. Bazaar was the little app that I was writing with a couple of baseline comparisons, right? To just see, are we okay? Are we like, can I build something and not be so worried that it will just always crash or 50% of the time it will be shit? And the little Bazaar app looks like this, right? It's not that much code. So at the very bottom, we start a runtime and we say these are the applications that we're gonna run, right? And that's about it. And then the Bazaar application, this one, is really just a supervisor, right? For different things that we want to do. One of them is our web endpoint. So Privan, for example, he left, but if we wanted to also start a database, this would be the perfect spot to say like, all right, we're gonna do what's dbcaml is the name he's giving the library. We will probably do something like dbcaml, right, and child spec, assuming that it has a child spec or something like that, right? So we would just add more things here. If we also wanted to have like background jobs or something, Java was the background jobs. What was it? No, Mule. Mule was the background jobs name. I was thinking, obviously, I'm not going to build all the stuff, but just, Mule will be like a background job library. You put it here, child spec, right? You also need a mailer, child spec. So this is essentially the tree of your application. Yeah, Java was for a scraping framework because Javas are super cute and they go about scraping all of Tatooine and stuff like that. So it seemed very appropriate. We're gonna do another one of those here, right? And we're just gonna say, okay. So essentially, you get Riot, right? And then you get your application, top level. And then that one is a supervisor, so you want different things. And you want dbcaml, and then you have Mule and Mailer, right? And then our endpoint. And the way that this connects is that Riot, right, starts and monitors Bazaar app. And in this case, it's also starting the Riot logger, right? And then Bazaar app is gonna be starting dbcaml, right? And Mule and Mailer and the endpoint, right? And then the endpoint itself, right? It's starting Nomad, right? So it starts a server. The Nunis, the gist of what Riot is a library that allows you to build systems in ocaml, like you build them in Erlang or Elixir. So you use processes and you build literally these trees that we see here on the right? Where, god damn it, just behave, computer, obey me. I think I'm gonna zoom out a little bit, right? It allows you to build these supervision trees where you can have a lot of work happening, right? And then if something breaks, then the layer above restarts it. So this way, Erlang and Elixir lets you build like really, really high reliability and availability systems. And that's what we're doing here. So we build Riot on stream. Mohai, both actually. And I really want to use Riot for work. So this is why I'm obsessed, right, with making the API usable, like DX, developer experience first. Obsessed with making the smallest amount of work on each layer as I can, so we can start building actual applications with it, right? And this can be a very maker-driven framework. Framework as in, like all these libraries, and not just one thing. Okay, so that's the idea. A Nomad essentially starts a server, right? A Nomad is the web server. And when we start Nomad, we're actually giving it a handler. And this handler is being built with this little trail function here. So Nomad knows about trail. Now, we don't really care that much about that, right? But the important thing is that Nomad here will use trail. Trail is just a library. It's the equivalent of Elixir plug, if you are familiar with this. And this is the foundation of the Elixir web ecosystem, right? Everything that's happening on Elixir, right, is building on top of plug. Because plug is, at its core, a super tiny library for specifying how you compose applications with functions, right? And this is exactly what trail is. So if we go into trail, you'll see that the actual source code is just a handful of files, right? And it lets you build servers really by saying, oh, this is the functions I want you to run in this order. Run the logger, run the request, get a CQRS token, extract the session from the cookies, and then run this thing, right? So this is it. This is like what it does. It's super well defined. So I'm really, really happy with how this ended up. I think there's obviously a lot of work to do, right? But for a vertical slice, we're happy. We're good. Okay, so we've been through that. Excellent, right? So Nomad is gonna sort of start trail in some way. It's not an application that it starts, right? But I'm just gonna put that trail here. And then every time, and this is where it gets amazing, right? Every time you get a request being sent to you, right? And this endpoint handles it. I think I'm gonna remove trail from there, right? What's gonna happen is that Nomad will create a new connection handler, right? And this will service that connection. So you actually have many connection handlers, right? And just for brevity, I'm gonna call it con, right? So every time you get a connection, that is going to be a process, and that process is going to run the entire trail, right? And then the trail is going to figure out what to do. And in this case, it's just a dumb hello world, right? But we can actually build more complex things here. This only means at some point, your function here is going to get called with a connection that has a request object and some things inside, and you need to provide an answer. Everything else is just handled for you. It could be that the audio is overall low, but let me know if it's overall low. I'm okay, right? We can try to bump that a little bit. If it's a difference, like I'm competing with the music, for example, I think just say the word and I'll shut the music down or just lower it down. What do you feel is happening, Nunes? Okay, it's overall low. Then I am confused. How can I bump that up? Because I don't have like a big uh, knob for just doing that. Like the volume of the voice seems to be at 0 decibels here. Maybe I can do that. A gain filter. I don't know if I want to do that. Like I already have like I have hardware routed audio here, right? Let me see if I can do something in Apogee maybe. Um, that's confusing. Because I'm getting really nice levels over here. Like my voice, for example, is at -15 or something like that. I can try bumping it up a little bit from the hardware thingy. Let's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Is that a little better? I mean, saying these are all entirely they're green threads. They're fibers with mailboxes. Yeah, I have the fancy hardware. Yeah, but it's mostly from music things. It's not for streaming. Yeah. I'm just repurposing it. It's just been like sitting there collecting dust. Way better. All right, way better. We say way better. Okay, that's good. Maybe a little too loud. Yeah, so essentially bumped the gain of the microphone on the hardware thing. I have a little tube MP, which by the way, if you like vacuum, what will make no sense. What is it? Art tube MP project series USB. If you like audio, I found the Art Pro Audio Tube MP to be like a really nice little tiny machine. It was relatively cheap when I bought it, right? This little thing, right? I put my microphone in here, and inside here, there's actually a tube, which I am like, yes, I love old style tube amps. So when I crank the gain here, and right now it's like almost a top, and you use it for instruments, it just sounds delightful. It just gives it a warmth. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, like it's hard to explain though. Yeah, it has a little tube in there. Yeah. Oh yeah, tube amp. Maybe I need to explain what that is. I don't know. It has one of these things. The little bulb that you see there. Okay, Okay, perfect. Yeah, amazing. He has one of those, and I think I bought it for. It was. I love tube equipment, but it's usually really expensive, right? And I think this one, I don't know about it's $190 or something like that. Currently not available. $100. Yeah, essentially is the same as this one, right? There's a tube there on the side. For $100, a tube amp, it's just like mind blowing. EVH 50. Let's see. EVH 5150. Ooh, that sounds good. All right, back to stream. Right, we're gonna we're gonna do a camel. Where were we? Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Somebody asked in chat if these were. Hey Mohai, I don't think we're gonna get internet problems today because I am streaming from my home and I have a pretty nice internet connection. I was fast.com. It's like it'll do fine. I think this is the download though, but speed test. It's a pretty fast. It's not crazy, but hide the IP. What you gonna do? You just wanna my secrets. And then Amit Singh was asking if we're doing OS threads, green threads, or something like that. So we're actually doing processes, right? Which is an abstraction that we create. So these are fibers. I forget. Maybe I answered this already. Hey Ryan, how's it going, everybody? Shout out to Ryan. Shout out to Ryan. Let's see if I can type your username today. Ryan Winchester Winchester underscore. Don't forget the underscore. Oh, you could have rated me. Why do I even shout out to you, man? Crazy. Hey, Ari Adam. Thanks for the follow. Sheen. Am I even in focus? Oh, so ocaml did an amazing thing for multi-threading. Up to ocaml 4, right? There was no ability to do multiple threads. You had a thread module in ocaml. Let's look it up here, which is super interesting, but is not what you expect, right? These are lightweight threads, and they're kind of expensive, actually. And then in ocaml 5, right, they came up with this new thing called a domain. And a domain, let's see if we can find it here. Domain is, I think that will be fun. And a domain is a thread. Essentially is an operating system thread, right? And it gives you access to shared memory parallelism in ocaml, right? But they didn't decide on what abstraction people should be using for this. Instead, they added algebraic effects to the language, right? So people could build different concurrency models on top of that. So the same people that came up with ocaml multicore, GitHub ocaml multicore, right? They came up with something called EIO, effect-based direct style IO for multicore ocaml, and this is a fantastic library. Also, tons of documentation. Definitely look into it if you're interested. We tried to used it on stream a couple of times. It is crazy fast. It is very well designed. It is very from the safety perspective, right? It uses capabilities to figure out what you actually need to do and when you can do right in the system. But it's also kind of a pain in the ass to use if you just want to build systems, right? This is a good library if you want to have full control over, right, your fibers, how you do structured concurrency, and so on. So we started building Riot essentially as an alternative to this. And Riot implements the actor model. Yeah. Riot. Yes, I need to add that. But this is what you get. Boom. An actor model multi-core scheduler for ocaml 5. Hey, Skinny Geek. No worries. I do. I have a smoke detector that needs battery. It's right there. Little shit. I need to fix it. Good ear. Dude, I came back to the apartment like hours ago. Just, I'll fix it tomorrow. There's also something that is doing beep beep interference, and I think it's my phone, but I don't know where it's picking it up because all the equipment is on that side. Okay, so that said, right? How long you been doing ocaml? It's been quite a bit, maybe 7 years or so. Back in 20 million years ago, YouTube. I did a little series called Reasonable Coding, and no, this is 5 years ago. Okay, so 2019. um, where I was essentially going through a lot of low-level libraries and all the libraries really, ocaml and reasonml. So since a little before this, maybe a year before. Absolutely, absolutely. I think if you do YouTube, we get that. No, damn, I need to fix so much stuff. How the hell do I log into this thing? Live streamers, connect with Twitch. Chatbot, chat commands, custom commands. We're gonna add one called YouTube, right? And then you'll get a link to that. And cool. You also said Riot, and you wanted a link to that, so we'll do that for you. Riot is an actor model multi-core scheduler. For Camel 5. Boom. Okay, let's see if that works. Riot, and then YouTube. There we go. Thank you for that, Mohai. Some of these things will, get better with time. Hey, Bad Cop. Good to see you around here. Partially. We got a lot of stability through that experience, right? So a lot of things got fixed there. Not that it's obvious from here, but yeah. Avoid double freeze, improve memory usage. We were allocating a lot of throwaways, IOVX that we don't need, blah, blah, blah. So we have much better memory usage. However, we also found, let's see if we can find it here. Where is it? Replies maybe? Panic. Here. Yes. This little example here, which I'm calling mini riot, shows an allocation pattern that seems to be problematic in ocaml 5. And I'm hoping that there's something wrong here, right? And that it's not just, a problem with how the GC and domains interact. But I've raised this to the multicore team, and I'm hoping that we'll find a way to figure out what it is, right, and fix it. But the gist is that if you run this on a single thread, right, it mostly works fine, right? If you force a GC major in the scheduler itself, then it also works fine. It releases all the memory and so on. However, if you run in many cores, and I have 64 to throw at this, right, then the more cores you have, right, the more lingering memory remains unreleased to the OS. Hey Mohai, I guess how would you say it? Like, help me help you here, right? We want to say that you want to build reliable systems, right, that run forever. What else? Apple Magic Keyboard, the ultimate. What is this? Maybe don't enter any passwords if you do. Damn. Someone's gonna compute the keys I pressed based off the distances. Yeah, okay. So with this is not what we want to do here. We were doing this thing. Perfect. So every one of the connections is gonna run the little trail, right? We'll find a way of saying it. Thanks for pointing that out. I appreciate it. And right now, we're just grabbing that connection and sending a response saying okay and hello world. And by the way, even though I love the fact that we can use polybars for this, it is a fucking pain in the ass to find the right message. I know the code, just let me use the code, right? I know it's 200 or 201 or whatever, right? And when I don't know, I probably don't know the message either. It's like, is it forbidden or is it unauthorized, right? Are those the same? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up anyways. So I might change this API to just take the int. I think it will be fine to just say, okay, put the number. Anyways, so this is where we are. And we want to be able to, and this is going to be like table stakes, right, for building a Riot app. You will have this supervision tree whether you like it or not because it's going to be good for you, right? So some of the things that we're going to do here are like prescriptive. Like, this is how we build Riot apps. Done, right? If you don't want to build Riot apps like this, then you're welcome to use EIO and whatnot. That's okay, right? But if you don't build Riot apps like this, you're missing the point of using Riot. That's sort of the thing, right? You want to have processes. You want to have many of them. You want to have supervision hierarchies, right? So that they restart each other and they keep each other in check and so on and so forth. This is the way. Exactly. Cool. So what do we want to do with Mesa? How far do we want to take it, right? Because really, everything that we'll do needs to fit inside of this one connection, right? So you get connection one, and this thing will have to do stuff, right? And then eventually reply, right? So in the space of this pipe, right, between the connection arriving to you and you sending a response, that's where the web framework lives, right? And I originally was thinking, I'm going to open a couple of things here. And of course, Phoenix. I was originally thinking something like Laravel, right? Phoenix. Yeah, which I really like in terms of the values they have, right? I've used Phoenix for virtually every, or almost, I think there's just two jobs in Elixir I've done that were not Phoenix based, right? But for everything else, it's been there. And I like it, but there's some things that I don't, right? So I've done work in the past with Sinatra. I've also used Rails, right? I've used Django. I've used Cake PHP a million years ago. I've used homemade PHP frameworks at Spotify. And I just was looking around thinking, okay, what are some of the things that we want to grab for some of this, from some of this, right? That will maybe help us get started very small and grow, right? So let's let's do a little tour here. So what I remember liking a lot about Sinatra, right, was that it is very small, right? It is something that you learn in a half hour. It used to be that way at least. Configuration settings, testing, Sinatra Contriv. They have like getting started with README. Yeah, it's pretty good. So we have this beautiful DSL, which we won't be able to do in the same way, right? For routing, right? And you do a require here, and then you sort of put all the routes together. And if I remember correctly, there was a way of nesting routes as well. So you're like, okay, I want to grab this thing, right? A subset of routes and just compose them together. Yo, Dylan, how's it going? I've got all of, look at this, or rather, how does that sound? Oh my god, I forgot to update the title. What does it say? Doing GC things. No, we're not doing GC things. Making a web framework for ocaml with Riot. ocaml. Boom. Go notification is like web plus riot plus ocaml equals what? Done. Updated. Hello, Neo Angelism. Thanks for the first chat. Hope you're gonna enjoy your time here. Oh no, I have an upgraded shit. It's just an old microphone I had pointed straight at my good old Apple Magic keyboard. It's pretty awesome if you ask me. Let's look at KTOR. I am more than happy to learn and borrow from any other community out there, right? Like there's zero merit in being like, oh, we're gonna reinvent things from scratch for ourselves, right? Instead of being like, oh, how are people solving this already, right? What can we learn from them? So then we get this monster with all the best parts of everybody. Unless you're writing the whole thing in Bash, of course. So what install routing? It's a plugin. Okay. What is KTOR? Let me back up. Framework for building asynchronous server side. Okay, cool. So it's more general than servers. Routing is the core KTOR plugin for handling incoming requests in a server application. When the client makes a request to a specific URL, the routing mechanism allows us to define how we want this request to be served. Okay. So they have a route, and this is a nice syntax for a closure, I assume. Yeah, my fire alarm is chirping. I got back to my apartment today, a couple of hours ago, and I don't have a battery yet to change it. I'll change it tomorrow. But yeah, it's a little embarrassing. Beep. Is it loud? Yeah. Beep. Okay, so let's start taking some notes. I'm gonna do a split here like that. I like the routing. I'm just gonna call this notes. I like the routing that they have, right, with the closure there. So doing something like get, and then you put a path here, right? I think that's good. I think we could put a function in here as well, right? And say like, okay, hello handler or whatever, right? I think this would be nice. Unfortunately, we don't really have a way of doing this bracing, right? The closest we can do is just sort of say like con, right? And the formatter is then going to kill us. But I think then it's fine for us to just put in a reference to the function itself. Yeah, you can do begin end, but again, the formatter doesn't necessarily respect that. Love is a strong word. I prefer begin end, right, rather than parenthesizing things. But the default OCaml formatting doesn't. In fact, it just like rewrites that. Let's see how they handle more complex things here. Call, respond, okay. So they also allow you to do patterns, right? That's fine. So you can do something like hello, and then we can put the name there. I think I prefer the colon-based syntax here, but at the end of the day, it's just, this syntax is the least important part, I think. Path parameters we tell card. You can actually pass in regexes. Okay. I want to avoid having this become very heavy, right? Like having a custom operators for defining, like var. I get it. This is gonna be more type safe, whatever. I don't fucking care. This is very uncomfortable to work with. Multiple route handlers, that's fine. I think the sensible thing here would be to have a sort of scope, right? And then have scope take lists of these handlers. Again, the formatting in ocaml is gonna do a weird thing, and it's probably gonna end up like that. So it might be the case that we want the scope to actually take a function that defines those things, but we'll see. We need to, we want to put the developer experience first, but we also want to make sure that we're not building something that will be horribly slow, right? Okay, so this is doing that, and we have the verbs for example, customer here, right? And then new customer. Not sure I like that, get post like that. I can see why it's useful, right? I don't know. Route. Okay, so then to me this sounds more like scope, and if you can nest them, right, you can do like API, right, and then you do scope v1, right? Route extensions and common patterns to use extension function of the route type to define the actual routes. All right. Okay, so that was interesting. Type safe routing. Ooh, they have more safety. Resource class. Okay, so then you can annotate your stuff there. Nope. Thank you, but no, we're not going to do that. We also had a link to the router from Vue.js. Let's look at that. PPX it is. No. We want something that's essentially, I think the API for a router, right, needs to be string, right, and then you get a function from the connection to connection, right? That needs to be like the high level API. So if you want to put this thing into the, like, you call this and then you get the right function to call. That's it. Oh my god, this is horrible. Router link to slash define the routes, and so this is also what I don't like, because I've been in code bases in ocaml where the data structures were, no, let me rephrase that. The routes were not defined as a big sort of expression, but rather decomposed into smaller subparts that then were injected. And if I had to find a route, I had to either run a utility tool that will compute the routes for me and then print them out, or I had to mentally evaluate, right? To find a handler and see where is this code, you have to go like, okay, I'm gonna go here and follow this variable that actually is being reused across these two scopes. Like, it's too much work. On the contrary, every Rails or Phoenix application that I built, and because of Rails, there's gonna be a long span in the past 15 years, right? Has had a flat, right, file. It's like, here's all the routes. Is it a big file? Yeah, it gets really big sometimes, right? But it's trivial to navigate. It's trivial to maintain. It's just like, oh, here's the route. Done. This is the module I need to call. That's it. So Trail, the framework that we built for handling middlewares, right, will allow you to do that. You can just put things in the middle, right? Just say, okay, this is the pipeline of things I want to run, and then it runs them. This router might include things like additional pipelines, trails that you want to run. Like scope one might say, okay, we're gonna pass also a trail API trail, right? Which defines the API trail is defined to include like accept JSON, right? And I forget, yeah, check tokens, right? Or auth tokens or whatever. And this is more, I think, it's closer to how you can see it done in Elixir. Again, I'm biased here, but if you go into routing, right, you'll see that they have scope, and then you have the name of the module you're scoping into, right, and then you say pipe through. And actually, I don't mind that. I think pipe through. So that entire scope is piped through that. So this is the Phoenix way, by the way. They also have a nice structure blocked right piece of code or syntax, the do end, that we can use to say sort of wrap around, right, this stuff and make it look in a certain way. And they are a little more flexible in the sense that you can specify the module and the function name separately. We can do that. So in our case, right, this will be more like hello controller, right? Say hello. And a customer controller create, right? Which is not the end of the world. I think I'm actually going to do so now we actually get ocaml syntax highlighting instead of whatever we had before. So in Sinatra is also very similar. I think we're seeing that there's not a lot of different ways of doing that. You usually want a pattern and associate the pattern with some procedure that will run. Cool. So we'll have a look at Hanami and see how they do this. Main website. Okay, so Hanami is just throwing me a bunch of stuff at the beginning. They have some structure here. Ooh, did I see a types module? Look at that. Types are be interesting. I can definitely do that. Is that better? No worries. Just let me know if you can read anything and I'll just figure out how to make it bigger. Cool. Routing, overview. Ooh. Routes, route. What is this? Right. Via Ruby magic, they might be able to turn these strings into an actual function by referencing it, right? Yep. A friend that's a big Rubyist really likes Hanami. Okay, so for the most part, I think that these are going to be all the same. We have some redirect functions here and some... Oh, scope. Okay. Yeah. So, Chad, how do you feel about this? You had a scope. You put a string that you're gonna like start a scope with. You may have a pipe through, so you can put another trail if you want a specific trail there. You can nest them, and then you can just say the verb, get, post, delete, and so on, right? With a string and hello. So that would mean that if we're calling, right, curl, right, our server, and do API v1 hello world, right, then it will just match through the different scopes and get there. Django has file-based routing. Yeah, we're missing Laravel. We need to look into the get started. The file-based stuff is going to be hard because we'll need to pre-process some of the sources to understand what your file tree looks like, right? It's like a module doesn't know where it is on its own. If we had some of that information, maybe we'd be able to sort of do that, I think. Yeah, I like Sabine base stake. I like the explicit rounding better. Okay, so Laravel. How do you work? Configuration, we don't want that. Architecture concepts, basics. Routing. Woo, basic routing. We got a route get. Default routes file, that's fine. Okay, so we have the basics here, which is great. You have a way of matching when you want to do something with multiple methods, I guess. Oh no, Haskell world. No, I'm not gonna open that link. We have an any. Interesting. I like that. Dependency injection. You may type hint any dependencies where we wrote. Okay. Yeah. You may take hint the illuminate request class to have the current HTTP request automatically injected into your route callback. Let's have a look at, how do you call that? Jew? Geo? Oh, by a type? I don't know. What I do like about this, and in some projects in the past I've done, right, is that once you have the route as a type, right, routing becomes just so nice and easy because you can do a match on the current route and you can do whatever you want there. Let's see if I can find that. Legally, what's that? Owner legally. Maybe it's not even here. It was no legalized. Yeah, maybe I won't find it. It was a legal tech startup, and we were building the front end, right, in Rescript. And we had a router that we made locally, right? And it did something like that. So that when you do a match, then you actually get the route, and the route already has, like, already typed everything that you need. So it's nice enough to say, like, these are my routes, and I just put them there, and that's it. Like, if I was to do something like that, I would probably go as far as saying, like, if you do an underscore, that's how you separate things, right? Or rather, nesting the enums. But the problem is that becomes so hard to read, right? Because to define this, ocaml, with nested routes, right? Without having to do all the stuff like the annotations, right? You need to first define the sub routes, right? Let's say home routes, right? And this is like my profile, right? And then this is like settings. So now you can do of home routes, right? For example, or option like that. And then if I want to understand what are all the routes that you have, I have to go from the bottom up and start digging, right? And I don't know about you, but I find it very uncomfortable, right? To go to the bottom of a file to start reading upwards. And I write a lot of ocaml. No, I know that Vue doesn't do that, right? Because you have to define the nested things and so on. And in Rust, you can actually define these types in the other order, right? You can do this. That's right. And yes, you could also do and here, so that all the definitions are top down. But I don't know. I feel like we can come up with something that it's easier on the user to write and to read and maintain, right? And I think this will just be that. Great song, by the way. Hey, Alchemist, thanks for the follow. I understand, Nix. I was just thinking, like, if I did something like that, then I don't have to actually put the paths anywhere, right? I can make the actual enum, right? Define the route. How a C-style format chart to annotate. Can you give me an example of that? I thought PPX. Oh, they have stuff. They have stuff inside. You liar. In the streets on Halloween. Right. So if you want to do nested routes, then you just need more things in your enum. I mean, if it grows large enough, all the approaches are going to be garbage. I just want one that will be the least amount of garbage. Hey, Privan, how's it going? We are being angry at routers. I definitely like the resources one, so I think that's something we can have. And then we'll probably do module post controller. So if we pass the module there, we can enforce the resource. We'll have certain methods, right? Resources in this case expands to a bunch of different methods for dealing with like REST style APIs, right? Yeah, everyone, absolutely. Let's see if we can get that going. Text the channel. dbcaml. Done. You got it. I'm also going to make you mod. Apps. Invite how the hell roles. Mod. Cool. Annotating. I don't think that's the way to go. Because like when I'm looking at this, the last thing I'm thinking is like, what are the types of things, right? I want to find the structure of the API. I can go into hello and see how this thing's being parsed and so on. I think there are ways in which we can make this function, right, define what types it needs and then take care of that. But then again, keep in mind that I am not going to go for like the most type safe solution. I'm going to go for enough type safety that doesn't get in the way of me shipping stuff. And if I have to annotate every single one of these things, like, okay, this is an S or a D and so on, then, yeah, if I'm going to do that, I might as well use a custom DSL for that, where I do like root / hello, right? Like a path there. And then I will do var, right? And then I can say string, and then I can do name, right? And stuff like that, which I don't think is readable. So the answer to that is going to be no. Hey, Tom White, how's it going? Tom White? Can't see it. Tom Wild. Well, that's up to you. How do you want to parse your params? If I just keep your strings, then you can turn that into whatever you want. Hey, UC Sailor Man, thanks for the follow. So they have ways of controlling the resources. I don't think we need that right now. Verified routes. So, see, I think this is much more interesting than whether you're accepting name as a string or a bool, right? Like the ability to anywhere in the application say, I want a route and I want a route to this thing over here, right? And be able to do that and have an error somewhere that says, hey, you wrote the wrong thing, right? I feel like that's a much harder problem to put on the burden, like to put on the users, right, of a framework, than I want to parse this variable to be a string or to be an int or to be a bool or whatever. I noted that the fact that we have the types, right, doesn't mean that we need to use them. Because these people don't have types, right, for this stuff. And they're not actively trying to do pre-validation of everything like that. And it's not like neither of these frameworks gets any production usage, right? Like, I've made a living building shit on Phoenix, right? And yeah, you get a name and then you have to make sure that it's the kind of thing that you expect it to be, right? Big deal. That's fine. There's other tools for that. Okay, so I'm happy with some of this. I think we can move on from that right now. Wait, are we? I think we're in the wrong place. Jesus. Okay, so I'm gonna move these around. We're gonna go into Mesa, right? And we'll do notes MD there. Perfect. And if we go here, we got Mesa. README. And we're gonna go into notes. And while we're here, I'm actually gonna check what the hell we have written already, right? Because I was trying to integrate MLX, I think, and I have both MLXs here. If I go into router, we have an example app there. Okay. Yeah, coming back to this after 10 weeks, I still think this makes sense. This looks okay. I'm not in love with the idea that people can steal, right? Say, users like that, right? I wish we could forbid that. But, you know, this is what it is. This is how far we can get. Hey, Tamwell, you can try, and we'll see if we answer. So we reserve the right not to. Table. No, it's more of a yes, the geological formation. This thing. PPX can. Nix! For the love of God! We're not writing a PPX right now! Jesus! Stop it with the PPX! Uh, no, I think I'm not gonna say anything. Yeah. So this is a mesa, right? It's sort of an elevated piece of ground. Really, that's it. I was looking for nice words from you know I don't know, like we have Atacama, and that's a desert, the Atacama Desert, which is really large. It's mostly in the north of Chile. Wait, what do you mean? Like Mesa is a? Oh yeah, the Mesa. Oh fuck yes, you're right. I don't know. We might. Anyways, well, we can rename it. It's fine. I'm not sort of. I'm not gonna call it plateau, right? But yeah, bedrock's nice, right? Yeah, it means stable. Debris. I like this though. Let's see. Tamuela wants to ask an Ireland question. This is definitely the right place to ask an Ireland question. Um, I mean, it's not a wrong place, at least. I'm learning Erlang and trying to call a REST API, but some endpoints have a lot of optional query parameters, which translates into a lot of optional arguments in my function. So I was wondering what was the best way to do that. Do I have to call foo n plus one or foo n even if I have 20 optional params? So in terms of API design, every time I've written Erlang, I've eventually gone down to can I put all of the optional parameters right in a map? Yeah, no, it's perfectly fine. Thanks for asking. So I would say if you wanna do that, right? If you have your I don't know if I will have this highlighting here, but you have foo, right? Instead of saying A, B, C, D, and then relying on the position of the arguments, right? If you're in a new enough version of Erlang, then just use map, right? So you can also define like, okay, these are going to be the mandatory arguments, right? A and B. And then in the body of your function, you can deal with the rest, right? Like, okay, if I need C, then I'm just going to do like maps get, right? Map C, and the default's going to be, I don't know, default C, right? And so on. If you want more strictness here, then use a record. And I forget exactly what the syntax for a record was. It's been a while. But it might be that it's a hash and then input, right? Don't be afraid of if you have a lot of inputs defining, actually defining records for those, right? So you get a little more help from the compiler when you're mistyping something and so on. You have to do a lot of that work up front yourself in Erlang, which is fine if you know if you don't mind typing, right? But yeah, okay, okay. So let's see if we can get this up and running. And I believe this router actually makes sense to have inside a trail, but we're gonna add it here first. Actually, let's actually get something. I don't even know the state of Mesa de lib, right? Oh, I have a router. What? When did I write this? November. What the fuck? I don't remember writing this. What does it do? Code amnesia. Yeah, 100%. Checks out. Ah, I've been writing so much shit. Yeah, we even have the scope as a resource and expands to this thing. Not even mad, to be honest. Yeah, well, thank you, Leandro, for doing that work. Uh, Compile. What does it even do? Oh my god. Okay, this is the real test. Do I write code with as much readability as I think I do? Y'all gonna see it firsthand. Okay, so let's see if we're calling this somewhere first. Um, is it called router? Yeah, router. Router make in Mesa ML. Okay, so let's see that. Wait, there was another result? No, that's right. Yeah. Mesa ML. Right. We got a router. Okay, so we're just passing along the router interface there, which is fine. What is a router interface? We will need to get um, support by letting Dune do its thing in the back. And this might need some help. TyXML. Why are we using? Okay, MLX. All right, so I'm just gonna remove those two folders for now, hoping that that will be okay. Almost okay. Mesa Dune MLX. And then Doom project. Preprocess. We don't have that anymore. If we need it, then we'll bring it back. Template ML. We have a template that returns MLX HTMLT. I'm starting to think that it was a bad idea to remove the stuff. Okay, that's good. That's an old interface that we had, right, for Trail. So Mesa controller. We have controllers. We don't have status anymore. The body is like that. Perfect. And we have a renderer here. And render should just return a string, so we can do that. And I think maybe we want to make the template return a byte string. Good. Mesa ML, and this will be Nomad, right? And we don't have the module anymore. Perfect, that's an example failing, no matter. We need a handler, and we need, what the hell is happening here? So, okay, and this is the handler, and it goes here, and then we get a unit, right? No, the handler is a, yeah. Cool, okay, so removing that deb wasn't so hard. We're not changing the transport, the config, or anything like that. We're just going vanilla here, default, everything. Cool. So, now we can go to the router. From the bottom up, right? We have our type, which is just a module that defines a router of type T, which I guess it is either a scope, right, with a name on a bunch of routes, or a route with a method, a path, and a trail, which is a handler, the thing that we're gonna be actually running if we get there. And then we go into make. And the first thing we do is we compile a T into routes, which is a list of method, route compiler, T, and strings. And I wonder what the hell is a route compiler T? But we clearly return back a function, right, that if you give it a connection, it will actually split up the path, right, by slashes, run the compile routes with this try match, and if we have a handler back, then it would just call, oh, this is kind of nice, I like it. So yeah, this is the string to handler function that we wanted, right, before, that we wrote in the notes. Dope. Okay, so either returns one of those, and it does not, and then we have the for handler. And yeah, this is my classic pragmatism. We'll do it later to do 404. Camel on Rails, yeah, let's fucking go. Thanks for the follow, Neoangelism. Glad to see you came. You started chatting with people. You enjoyed the stream, and now you followed. Cool. Like, okay, Camel on Rails, or all right. So clearly this compile is doing something that we can use for try matching on, and I'm starting to get a feeling that it's gonna optimize the matching. So we have a compile here, right? And it has an accumulator, so empty list. Recompile, if we have a scope, then we will prepend that name, right, to the last. So I guess this is building. I think this is going to be building a try, right? A prefix tree, so we can go through each one of the paths parts, right? The path parts until we find the handler the fastest. So if we have a scope, then we add that to the last, which is really like a path that we're building. So poorly named there for me. And then we map, right, all of the routes and recurse. So in other words, if we have API and then this has like, I don't know, get user, get post, right? Then because this is a scope, then we'll end up with a list that goes API, right? And then a user. Or, you know, if you want the actual path, something like that. So we're reconstructing all the possible URLs that we can get here. Imagine someone being like, so what frame do you use? Be like, or, what do you mean, or what? I just realized that I called the middleware framework trail because I was thinking of trails that people use to walk, right, to go from one place to another. But you could say ocaml and trails, right? And that kind of sounds like ocaml and rails. And it's like oot. So Canadian for out, I believe. Okay, if we have a route, then we reverse. Right, we're putting the path at the end. This sounds like it would not work for nested scopes. And then every path becomes a triple, right? Which is the method, the compiled path, which we need to go into a different function to see. And then a string. But the compiled path is going to be one of this. Yeah, okay, if this is our type, you can see how the path that we're building, right? We'll start with a path and it will be like path API, right? And then the second part is path and then user, right? And then it's going to be path, I don't know, let's say notifications, right? Or rather last. And then here we'll have our API user notification handler function. So it kind of goes like that. Cool. So that's a compilation, right? If we have no routes, it's an empty router, error. If we have one, it's just that the last, if that's the end, then we have an empty string at the end, then that's the last one. Else we have a path and we start compiling the rest. And I think this one can, I'm here, tail mod cons. I think that's a good place for that one. Because we are building a structure, right? Cool. So now we can go to the try match, right? Okay, we do a filtering, right? And see if we find anything with the method. And if we do, then we discard the method and we get the path and a string at the end. If we do find one, we call run routes. If the routes are empty, that's an error. I guess we should never really get this because it's checked here. That's fine. Ah, okay. This is for printing. Ah, that's why we're doing that. Okay. Thank you, Leandro. Stringy route. It's just a trace here. Cool. This could be cool. Something better though. Okay. I'm not doing so bad, am I? Match one. We'll try to match the existing route right to the current parts. So this is really the magic, because if you have a route and parts, then you get a handler or you don't. And if you don't, then we call round routes. Okay, so this is pretty dumb still. Like this could be much faster. But essentially it's going, instead of building a trie, it's just building a list, right? Of all the paths. Path, 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 last. That's fine. I don't think anybody will have so many paths right now, right? That it will be a problem. Because guess what? Nobody is using this framework, right? But it should be okay. If anything, we can go to the pattern matching compiler for byte strings, and we can extract the little try building that we have there, and that should help us optimize this a bunch, right? So instead of matching on everything and trying to match on one route at a time, we'll just follow the tree, right, until we either reach somewhere or we don't. And if we don't, we just return not found. And if we do, then we get a handler, which is great. Okay, cool. So we have that there. Brilliant. Let's see if we can use it, right? Let's see if we can build a tiny example. Maybe examples is too big here. No, okay. So beam Dune executable name. What do we call the thing? Basic router. And we'll include libraries Mesa. I think that should be all. Cool. So we want to do Mesa. This is not going to compile. Come on, compile please for me. Exec examples basic router X. Okay, so if I do Mesa, there you go. And we want to do, how do we start this thing? I thought we had a Mesa. Oh, Mesa endpoint. Starlink. Cool. We need a handler. Really? A Nomad handler? So there's something that doesn't add up to me a lot. It's like, why do I need a Nomad handler here? I thought I needed a router. Or if anything, right, I would like to get a trail. So Nomad is just an implementation detail. So we can do Nomad, trail, right? Cool. That makes more sense to me. Why don't you like that? It does not like it anymore. Is making a web framework requires you to understand this? No, it does not. You can build a web framework, an entire web app. You can build a whole system that is not distributed, right? Cool. So that's that. Config. We need a config. What is our config here? Oh, just a port. And then we'll pass in our trail. I think we want this thing to be an app, right? So we'll turn that into an app. And do also module riot logger, and then we'll do module basic app. Cool. And this should return an OK PID, which is what we need. Okay, perfect. So a little bit of the structure there in place. So what do we want to do? We want to actually do a Mesa router, right? And we want to pass in a router module. So I think we don't actually need a module right now. But we do, I mean, we need to pass in a module, but and we'll do LED router. This doesn't like it. Let routes. Can tell you right now that I'm not digging this API. We got an example, right? Router ML. No, router ML. Here. And this was doing open Mesa and open router. What are you missing here? What don't you like? Okay, so I can probably move this to router outside, right? Oh! Who followed? Monad Plus! Monads? In my channel? Thanks for the follow. Cool. So we don't have a lot of this stuff, but we do want to do a little test. So we'll do to each, right? And we'll do get chat. And then we'll, I mean, just for this test, we can make it easier. And we need a little function here, right? That will do something. So con, and then we'll do con send response, right? And we'll do OK, and then we'll do hello world. And the reason this is complaining is that we actually need to do a preprocess pps byte string ppx. Okay, what don't you like? We are missing a unit here. We don't need that. We don't need this. Nice. I probably have this port taken. So let's try with this one. Okay. Y'all ready? Oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to actually do a little bit of logging here. So when we start our app, we're going to turn the logger to set the logger level to debug. So we see some things, right? There you go. That's the stuff, right? We got a bunch of socket node ready, retrying. This thing is debug information from Atacama, the network module. So we want to do curl here, right? And we want to get something. And we get an internal server error. Beautiful. So we did something wrong. I guess we don't really have that route, but if we do chat Is it chat? Twitch chat, right? Let's see what happens if we go to chat. Cool. This is breaking. PPX mentioned. Hey, Wilkes. Thanks for the follow. So 8089 Twitch chat. Okay, so we definitely have an assertion here that's broken. If we run this with ocaml run param b, right, then we should get some nicer stack traces. Is Ryan still in the chat? Because I just want to brag about the stack traces we get. Just want to say that. Hey, Kramer. Thanks for the follow. Now listen here. Yeah, I'm listening. I know. It was WebSocket's fault. I know. I was there right up to the point where Michal Lepicki gave you the fix. But we were not far away, right? We were very, very close to the actual fix. So, I'm pointing there because that's where the chat is, but you are there. I can see you. Yeah, you already had changed it there. So, I'm confident that we would have gotten it very, very fast. Like this. Here I go. But that's the thing, man. Programming is an art. Sometimes you do something that you don't understand, and then after it works, you go like, oh, I still don't get it, but, I can worry about something else now. Intuition, yeah, absolutely. 100%. Okay. So we're there. We got that. That doesn't work. Our router is garbage. Why don't you work? Do you expect the route to be like that? Okay, chat, I wrote that code, but that code does not work. Doesn't do the thing we think it does. Time to go full screen here. And I want a vertical editor, please. There you go. Thank you. Oh, so much nicer. Yeah, please open that PR. I think the world needs it. I am surprised that it hasn't, been a problem for anybody before yet. Okay, so we have our route compiler here, which is clearly not doing the thing that we want it to do. So I'm just gonna trash it. It's fine. And we're gonna do a much, much dumber, right? Try match. Oh, okay. So they have fixed time to use the source depths, right? Really? A year ago? Damn. I'm telling you, dude. Like, ba-da-ba-bam, ba-da-ba-bam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So you cannot flatten that dependency and use it yourself from sources and do something like overrides true? Right. You will essentially have to say, hey, folks, include WebSockX from source with overrides true. Yeah. So they will do it. Well, you got a vendor, man. Like, what other option do you have? Fork time. Yeah. Fork time. Okay. So I am just. We need to build this, right? And we got a method, we got the parts. I think the first part of what we had was kind of okay, right? Just find the actual routes that we want to do something with. We can do that. Filter map. Because at the end of the day, all of these are from this type, right? So we can just pattern match over those if we find a route with that method. Wait. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do this the dumb way. You all ready to do it the dumb way? So we'll just do, this is gonna be a T, right? And now we can do T and just destruct that, perfect. So if we have a scope, then the first fucking part of that thing better be the same thing as a scope, right? So we're gonna do parts here. And then we'll do root here. And the scope has something there, just why don't you show me what it is? It's a name and routes, right? Name and then routes. Cool. So this is easy, right? When the name is the same as the root of the thing that we are, that means we have matched the scope prefix. Brilliant. So we can just go on, and we want to do, we have routes, and that's a list of T. We have a single T here. So we can do the dump thing and just map over that list, right? We try match. So then we have a route here, so T. And then instead of parts, we're going to use rest routes, right? So this will give us, this will recurse over all the routes, right? And then either give us one or none. So most likely try match is not going to return okay or error, but rather some or none here. So we have no handler, that's cool. So we can probably do filter map. So if we make try match return an option, then this will automatically get rid of all of the routes that did not match, right? And we will get back some result. So from this result, we just want to do list. If we have something, right? So if we have a handler, then we'll just return some handler. Else, whatever we get, including nothing, no list, right? We'll just do that. Cool. The catch-all here is none. So when we have a route directly, we will get a T. What the hell hell was around again? We get a method, right? So we get a math. And then we'll get a path, and then we'll get a handler, right? So then we can just do when string equal actually HTTP method equal, well, compare. We don't have equal? Oh, fuck my life. Fine. Math and expected math, right, is 0 because they're equal, right? And the path is a full string, right? So that means the path will be something like hello world, whereas the parts are going to be hello world, like hello world, right? So if we have parts and then we have a path, then that means we can actually check them. So if the methods are not the same, right, and there are no parts left, then we haven't found anything. That's fine. So now we can actually try to compare the parts, right? And just we can do that by splitting path into the same way that we do. So path parts, right? String split and char. It's not the smartest, right? We're doing a lot of work here, but at least it will be right. And then we can make it fast. Ooh, there's an alternative already. Interesting. I will want to look into that. So now we can do list and we can do zip, and of course we don't have zip. But yeah, we can just pass in the paths, right? And say if cool. We just need to define our helper function here, equal paths and b, right? So if they're both empty, then it's true, right? If the head of A, right, and the head of B, right, are the same, then we're just gonna, go equal paths like that, equal paths, tail 1, tail 2, else it's false. So, if pairwise all the elements are the same, one after the other, then we just keep checking them one by one, and if they're all true, that's true. Perfect. Send me a sign, leave it all behind. I don't think this is gonna work, but we can try it. So chat. All right. Different error, assertion error. What the hell? 71. All right, and yeah, cool. That makes sense. So we can just do a for not found for here, because we don't have that route, but we should have tweet. I think it's tweet chat. We don't. Oh no, it's just chat. What? We have chat. Are you serious? Oh, this garbage is gonna. Yeah. So we need to do some like slightly smarter thing here. If it's empty, that's empty. That's fine, right? If we have an empty string, then that's gonna be empty. I forget what the other use case we have here, but I guarantee you we wrote about this before. Is capture. Oh, we had support for captures. Okay, we need to add that later. Remove trailing slash. So I want that function. Thank you very much. Codos has a very ocaml noob question. Don't think so, but let's see. When you define recursive function, does ocaml tail rake optimize it on hood, or you need to? So if your function is tail recursive, then it will be optimized. You have an annotation that you can use to let the compiler complain if it cannot, right? So you can mark a function as this should be tail recursive, right? And then if the compiler can't, then it will be like, okay, I can't do this. But the compiler will not magically make your functions tail recursive. I think we can look into that for a second. Ocaml tail rec. Recursion, right? I think there's a tail rec. I blanking what the name of the annotation is. Let's ask the ocaml genie on 08 to log in. Seriously? Ugh. Doing this off screen. Cool. We are back, chat. So, what is the ocaml notation for enforcing tail recursion of functions? What? No, come on. There is one. I'm sure there is one. Okay, maybe not. Telco. Maybe it's telco, yeah. Tail mode cons is another one, but it's not the one I'm looking for. What about very sus. I never trust it when I tell it something. I'm like, oh yeah, you are right. It was me that I was wrong. There you go. Section 18, I thought 18.1. What? Which extension? The ocaml genie. So we crowdsourced the domain. If you go into ChatGPT and you have it, then you can essentially go into the marketplace and use it. The ocaml AI website, which we crowdsourced to buy. This is where we're gonna be, publishing other crap AI related to ocaml. And I'm really hoping that this will be something we could build at some point in with the Mesa stack, right? Yeah, you need a subscription to ChatGPT to be able to use it. So it's yeah, it's not as accessible as I hope we can make it, right? I think we can do a lot better. Oh yeah, this is from Dune, by the way. Okay, so we go back. What is going on here? We're gonna add some debugs, right? We got the logger open, so we'll do debug font f try matching against and we'll do HP method pp expected method, right? And we want the parts, so we'll do string concat parts. Try match get chat. And we're gonna do a printer here for PPT. Pretty print T. So where's your type? Okay, that makes sense. We're going to try match, right? And we're trying to compare the root. And I guess the root is not what we expect it to be, right? Did you see? And exactly. So we have a trailing. Yeah, because we began the. God damn it. Aye, aye, aye. because we begin right with a slash. Then when we do, no, this is not Tenacious D. This is Halloween, but we can put some Tenacious D. It's been a while. Um, but because we begin with a slash, split and char actually says an empty string is an acceptable first result, right? For that. So we're doing this in a few places. So I'm gonna actually do a function here, right? Split path, and we're gonna fix that in one place, right? So we'll do path, and then we'll do remove trailing slash, right? Like that. And this will be split path. Cool, much better, right? So now we're trying to match the scope slash against chat. Oh no, wait. We actually want to do that, right? Yeah, we want to match the slash. Okay, so there's something I'm not understanding here, right? That this should be a much easier problem than that I'm trying to solve. So if you define a scope with slash, right? Or hello, then I think we need to remove the trailing slash here. But if we remove the trailing slash and you have a slash only, then this becomes an empty string, which would work fine with what we had before. Okay, so the data structure that we build is not very useful for matching on things, which is fine. We just need to turn it into something that is easy to match on. So let's do something, right? We are going to, in the basic router, at some point, right? We create the router here. We go into router make, right? And at this point, we're going to do a debug, and we're going to debug the routes. So we'll see what we get. We just have that. That's not very good. We want this thing to recurse, right? Yes, so this is routes. So we'll do format, pp print list. Where are you? Here, right? And this has a pp separator, which I think it's a format, and we can just print the separator with that semicolon and new line. Printf fmt like that, I think. And then we need the recursion, so rec, and then we'll actually need the routes, right? And then we can put a semicolon there, and after that we can come back here and close our list, right? Like that. What are we missing? We have the separator. We need a formatter for each one of those, which is that function, and then we need fmt. And then the separator actually needs a different signature. It is format unit, like that. Leia is great. She's not here though. She's not my cat, so she didn't come with me to my place. She's still at her place. Cool. So now we don't need all of that stuff in try match. We already have that at the beginning, but we can see here when we say making a router, we actually see the router that we have created, right? Feels bad, man. No, she's fine. She's doing great. She's been eating a lot. She's like fat cat, happy and everything, right? Nothing wrong with that. How's the keyboard ASMR stuff going? Like, does it work? Does it do things? Oh, Turbo Spoon, thanks for the follow. You hear the keyboard. I mean, it's just a. It is not a nice keyboard, right? It's just like the basic Apple keyboard. It is not droplets of rain. Yeah, well, we're doing our best here. One thing at a time. 100%, right? It's like, how does that happen? I want that. Why doesn't chat compliment my keyboard? Honestly, I've tried other people's mechanical keyboards and they're fine. Like, I just, I really feel in my hands that they get in the way, right? And it's a very personal thing. It's like has nothing to do with them or people that use them, right? Um, but if I find one day a mechanical keyboard, right, that has such a soft, fast action as these ones, the Apple Magic keyboards have, then I would definitely be looking into it. I do have a bunch of tokens for Dylan stream. That's the thing. I don't want to do that. I don't want to spend any energy or time. Like if you tell me this is a keyboard, I'll buy it. I'll use it. Done. Right. Um, I already went down the rabbit hole of latencies, and I found that this one is good. Okay, so I tried it and it was good, and now I'm here. I use what works for me. I have no problem whatsoever switching to better tools. Right. I will actively change a tool that's getting in my way. Okay, so you can put things right. That makes sense. Okay, we're gonna let's see this for a second here, chat. Okay, all right. Oof! Look at that granite finish. Damn, that looks hot. I don't do wireless either. I have this thing plugged. Um, just the latency of wireless just is impossible to me to use for me. Work louder, CC. I really like this. What the fuck? This is. I mean, it's like it feels like a MIDI controller, but it's an actual keyboard. What? Oh my god! This is hitting all the right spots. What the fuck? This is awesome. Work louder. It's gonna be super expensive, isn't it? It's gonna be like prohibitively expensive. Ah, just okay. Click. Show. Show me the price. What? Seriously. Seriously. And if I want it, oh, graphite. So nice. No Nordic. Nice. With the I'm used to that layer already because that's what I have here. But I could get used to this as well. Or that one is actually the same one as Nordic. I don't really look at the things, but Macropad. Honestly, what I really dig is the knobs, right? Like just the dials. Fuck, this. I'm gonna spend all the money there, so I don't need Bluetooth. That's fine. Hot swap MX switches, onboard memory. My fear with this stuff is that is extra latency, right? If this is not done really, really well, right, to optimize for latency, then this is gonna be a slow keyboard, and I'm gonna be like, fuck, I bought a $400 keyboard that I don't want to use, and I really don't want to get there. Check out reviews. Where? Here. Where's the reviews? Reviews. Brain farts. By the way, I can definitely see the whole Riot stack having a similar vibe, style wise. What about desk mats? Do any of you have desk mats? Nanopads. Oh, nice. Look at these tiles. Lovely. Ooh, fancy. Much more reasonable pricing. Thank you, Sabine, for being considerate of my wallet. Damn, that's a really high keys. There's a linear version. Full size, 60%. Okay, okay. What? Look at that. You can get keycaps there. Dope. No, y'all, like, this is my keyboard. This remains the keyboard for me. It is so basic. It has the fastest latency in the market. It costs about the same. So it's not a cheap keyboard. $100. Mm. But I use about one, maybe two a year of this. I break them. That's how much I type on them. Right. Enough of this. We're going back to the router. Oh, I can't do split keywords. No. Impossible. I've tried though. Growing up, I had a friend who had a weird Microsoft keyboard that was like with a little heel in the middle. So your hands laid like this, right? In the middle. And then you would, not so vertically, more like just slightly inclined, right? And then you would type. But the keypad was curved, right? To supposedly fit your fingers. I'm like, who the fuck has perfectly curved like fingers on the top? Like, I feel this curve has a lot of variance, right? Around the world. There's some people that have mostly all fingers on the same height. And then some people like me, for example, we have shorter pinkies, right? So it doesn't really work. So I couldn't really type there. Like my pinkies were just like never reaching the keys. It's like, what in the actual fuck is this? Too fair, yeah. Okay, they still work. I still use them, right? But there are some keys that start breaking. Like this one is not so old, but like look. Oh, this is gonna be nasty. I don't know if you can see from there. I don't know if I want to show you this, but the C keyboard, the C key here, this one that you probably cannot even see, is completely gone. I have to press it really hard sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't do the thing. I press it two, three times. My curve is perfect for a kinesis. Cool. Okay, so I think we're gonna do a smarter thing, and is we're gonna remove trailing slashes, right? When we're constructing the types. So we won't encounter those at all, right? Yeah, Control C. Control V is not nearly there, but I think I use Control C because I use in Vim, for example, instead of using Escape. If I'm in insert mode, then I press Control C instead of Escape. And then semicolon and colon, those two keys are just gone as well. Oh yeah, I know that Sam Huckabee is building something in this space, and I think that we need to explore a lot of things right now because we're not in. I don't think in this layer of the stack. I don't think we're in a place to say this would be the framework, right? Because we have a couple of options and none of them are very satisfactory now. So I want us to experiment. So I'm happy with Sam playing around with this, right, and trying to build something there. I'm gonna experiment, and if you're thinking of building something, then just go ahead and experiment as well, right? Pick whatever framework you like from whatever other language you like, import it, and just see what we find, right? So I think we'll find a lot of tiny things here and there that will allow us to say, okay, well, you know, mix and match. Like, okay, so this routing is very ergonomic, super nice to use. Let's grab that, right? And so on and so forth. You got a domain for LML or damn, that's what does it sound? Love free is he? Let's see what he's built. See, for example, the fact that he's working on this, that's really good, right? And file support. Cool. So this is backed by Dream. That's fine. Okay. Crypto Kit and Petrol. Nice. Yeah, this sounds like cacti. Nice. I'm super happy with this. I think we need more explorations like that, right? Yeah, was it lowfree.co. .cc. .co, that's fine. Nice. I really like the retro look this has. Plug. Oh my god, speaking retro, that's amazing. Do they sell that mouse? Hey, Soda Limón. Ah, Soda Limón. ¿Todo bien, Soda Limón? Gracias por seguir. This is super cool. This is like designer keyboards, right? Not cheap, also. 150 bucks, something like that. 170. Really? No, that's not the change. Nice. These are cheap, he said. 170 bucks. Eso, hablamos más español, vieja. ¿Todo bien? ¿Cómo andan, changos? Sí, de una. Glitch habla español también. Me imagino que Soda Limón habla español. Pero por ahí. No, não sei. Tudo bem, mano. Neo-angelismo não tem nenhum problema. Posso falar português também. Yes. I think we should probably add to the stream that is multilingual. Spanish, Portuguese. Oh my god. Gracias, muchas gracias. Obrigado. Tax, amigo. Thank you very much. Beautiful but buggy. Okay, so we've seen a lot of keyboards. This one looks beautiful. Honestly, I would definitely get this. I feel like these retro vibes are my thing. Saúde. Isso. Obrigado. Dieter Rams. Oh my god, like they're. I am so targeted by this right now. Do you know who Dieter Rams is? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, if, like the finish, how good it would be, right? But this definitely feels like a designer keyword. In fact, if you know who Dieter Rams is, then it makes sense that that's sort of the vibe they're going for. And if you don't, then pick up a book, man. No, I'm just messing with you. So Dieter Rams he is a famous designer, right? Who worked for Brown, and a lot of the things I think we won't be able to see many products here. But for example, he designed this right in like the 50s or something like that, and then this is an interface also for I think a radio. Yeah, this looks like a radio. From about the same time, right? He did a lot of design with products for Brown, right? Oh yeah, some of these things are pretty amazing. I love the speakers. I mean, look at the speaker. It's just fabulous. It's just like what the fuck? What is happening there? This is just magic. And Johnny Ivy from Apple fucking loves this guy, right? Of course, because everything that these look like Apple products from the 50s and so on. And that's because Johnny Ivy really likes his style of design. Look at this one. Portable transistor. Look at this. Look at this thing. It is amazing. I don't even know what it does, but I want one. Super cool stuff. Yeah, he's still alive, and very recently they did a documentary on his life. And yeah, he has principles of good design, right? And around the time we looked at that, with a friend, we sat down and tried to write good software principles. And of course, they suck because we didn't know what we were talking about. But if you didn't read phonograph when the image of the radio was born. Here. Sorry, we missed the joke. Yeah, look, but really, this is brilliant. I love those principles he has here. Good design is innovative. The possibilities for progression are not by any means exhausted. Makes a product useful. A product is bought, like a lot of the stuff that he did was like form follows function, right? So he's going to design something that needs to look the way it's going to be used. Oh, pornograph. Really? Seriously? Grow up. Makes a product understandable. It clarifies the product structure. I think a lot of these things, right, we can really think and apply to software in general and API specifically, right? Is honest. It does not make a product appear more innovative, powerful, viable than it really is. It is like, this is what it does. Done. He's a little designer. I think you probably have heard sometime the phrase less but better, right? It's coming from this dude. Anyway, so look him up. Dieter Rams documentary. This movie is pretty awesome. I think it's just called Rams. You can see it online. Seriously, for free. No, you can rent it. I did not know Vimeo was selling shit now. Okay, 2 hours. 3 hours, God! Anyways, we're digressing. Sus, very sus, yeah. Okay, so back to our router here, right? Dun, 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 dun. Charleston Ames, yeah, from the chairs. Hey, Roland, how's it going? Good to hear. The architect and the painter. I'll definitely keep an eye on this. Thanks for sharing, Roland. Okay, so going back here, we wanted to understand what was happening. If we sanitize right the paths when we create the router itself, then we have one less problem to get to, right? Kind of, right? I really want to try. It would make things so much easier to just build a try. Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna go to the byte string package, right? And I'm gonna go to the byte pattern package. And here we actually have a little compiler, right? Prefix matching that has a function for doing compaction, right? And prefix merging. So, I mean, look at this. Look at this type. Doesn't this look similar to what we have over there, right? Scope, route. Seriously, look at that. Scope has a name and routes. Here, scope has something, right? And then more of the same. And then route is the end. It doesn't recurse. So I think we should be able to grab that and repurpose it. Hey J Miles, pretty sure just made the first long form text to video app thingy. Do you ever do app reviews? Okay, okay, cool. Interesting. So here we're writing ocaml. Yep. We're starting with the router. Once we have an abstraction for a router that we like, and this is what we have so far. In our little notes, we've written down this is what we want to be able to write and execute. So once we have that in place, then we can start looking at other things. Oh, the smoke detector. Well, send me a fucking battery. I don't have one right now, but I came back to this apartment a couple of hours ago, so I'll fix it tomorrow. You thought it was yours? Is it kind of universal that they do the same thing? Hmm. 4 in the morning, I'm gonna be throwing this thing off the window. So our try match function didn't do the thing because the way that we have to shape the data is just not very good. Honestly, like the router that you build is a description of a parser, right? Which is how you're gonna parse your path. Oh, sorry, Nunes. I forgot about checking that. The this is scary. I'm just gonna go to another frame. There you go. That's a better frame. So CMA. I think it's still on DM Mulroy, right? Yeah. This is what you mean the homepage or I don't know where it is, but let's have a look. If you have a link, just drop a link, so we go there. No, I mean a link to the homepage. Oh, okay, I see. There's screenshots here. Cool. Nice. I honestly think that the recent MLaunch folks need to just get rid of one of the two names. Too many names. Um, but it looks pretty dope. Good work. Oh no. Come check it out. It sounds pretty okay. Oh, okay. Back. So this is really just a description for a parser. Hmm. Interesting. do that. So maybe what we need to do is just replace, right? Doesn't care about what's illegal. Okay, so that passes the first part, right? And now we see the recursion coming back on and saying we're gonna match last chat with chat, right? So at that point, we could say path, we're gonna remove the trailing slashes, right? And that works. I don't know if it's gonna work for all the cases we have, but it definitely does work here. So if we have a scope with a scope, right? Then what does it do? Fails, that's fine. So to each. Right. Eagle fly free, let people see. Right, but now we don't get past the first part because we begin, right? Nope, I am not. I am using a good old Apple Magic keyboard with a tiny little microphone hanging on top of it. Does it sound like a mechanical keyboard? I mean, technically, all keyboards are mechanical, right? Unless you use a screen to type on. Yeah, the microphone is definitely doing the job here. Okay, so this is doing something, right? Hello chat. And then we get subs, hello subs. So we have a little test here, right? We can do that, we can do this, we can do login, right? And then I think we should be able to do one more scope, right? And then subs, and then we can do get. And then we'll also do another get here, and we'll do like list Not found. That's oops. Sad. Sad Pepe. Logging, Twitch, chat, right? Subs. That doesn't work. Cool. Cool. So we have that one edge case there. If we fix that, then I think we'll have, you know, something okayish. And the problem there is that sometimes, right? Sometimes the parts are empty, right? We do try match. Yeah, the parts is really just empty. Make the people hold each other's hands. Hey, One Byte, how's it going? Good. We started doing a router, and we got something that almost works. We have different layers of routing in place. I'm just trying to think of a nicer abstraction for the implementation, right? That would make it easier to handle all of these tiny edge cases. Because really this router is describing a parser. So I want to see if there's anything we can do here, right, to translate it into that. So what if we had a data structure like this, right? Part, and then we have var of name, right? So that when we have this becomes root. When we have hello, this becomes root part, right? When we have hello world, then this becomes root part, right? Var. I mean, of course, this will be hello. I don't know if I have latency here or what, but something is bugging me. World. Because if we can turn any, both the URL, right, and the router into this, then we can match them more easily, right? If you have a part, either you have the same part or you have a variable, right? And then we capture that. If they're both parts, if they're the same, that's a match. You continue, right? And you can do sort of the matching left to right, one at a time. And I think this will make it easier to do the matching. So we handle the edge cases of each one, right? At the edges, literally. So we turn the router into a list of matchers, right? And we turn the input path into a matcher as well. So then you can sort of unify those two. Okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna put you here because we might need you, but so we wanna turn the router into a matcher, right? And we wanna turn the request path, right, into a matcher as well. So I'm just gonna put that in a module. We can do of path, right? And then we'll do of router. And then we can just do matcher match, right? So we will need one last thing, which is a place to hold the actual trail handler, right? See everyone. I will have a look at the things you wrote in the dbcaml channel sometime soon. Oh shit, it's almost 11 already. This is for this whole world. Okay. So if we have a path that's a string, right? Then we definitely want to do path parts, right? String split, right? Path. We will always begin with a root, but we can get. Yeah, we can actually do that, right? Do list map, and then we have a part here, and then we can mention part. If it's empty, then we'll do root. If it begins when string starts with, right, semicolon, a colon, then we'll do var part, right? Otherwise, we'll just do part. And when we have a router, this one will be recursive for sure. So router. If we have a scope, right, that has a name and has routes, then we'll do part, right? Or rather, root and then part, and that will be the name, right? Hey, TechBaddy69, thanks for the follow. So we can do list map, right? Fun route. So prefix. Of router route. And if we do have a route, then we'll get a method, right? Hello, Eileen of Troy. Thanks for the follow. And then you'll get a part here, and then you'll get a handler. And we just want to return a part, right? And then end. Math handler. So this should give me what? List of lists. Really? Route doesn't have a part. Path. 86. So now we have that, I think it'll be a lot easier to understand, right? Format, pp, print, list, right? And we have it right here, so we're just gonna steal that. Perfect, now pt, and then we will have a function for printing only one of them. Great song. Cool. So now we can actually debug, right? Request, and we'll do pp rec path, right? And then we'll do matcher, and we'll see what the hell we have here. So matcher list, and this should be, oh, sorry, matcher. Dope. And the matcher did the wrong thing. Alright, cool. So we have a flatten that we don't need, right? That one over there. I think the flattening should be happening inside here. I think, yeah. Because all of these things, they have the same prefix. So if we get one of those, we want to map over that, right? And kind of add the prefix. Why don't you like this filter map? I'm giving you a list of lists, right? So this should be a T list. Oh, yips. Cool. So 127. There you go. Cool. That makes more sense, right? All right. So we have one thing here that we're missing, but this is is it easier to work with? We have a bunch of roots, right? In fact, we have some obnoxious amounts of like root part slash and stuff like that. But I think now that we have the matcher, right, we can actually compact that. It would be straightforward to do that. So if we find a root, then the next thing is either another root or a part with a slash, compress, 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 compress. Cool. So this is our very tiny little, again, compiler. Okay, so a router, right? We will do that. And then we'll do compress, right? And if you give us some pattern, or rather a matcher, and this will be a T list. Actually, we can operate on a single list first. If you give us a root, right, followed by another root, and the rest, then we'll essentially just keep one of the roots, right, and then compress the rest. If you give us a root followed by that, then we'll do the same thing. And compress once, right? We go through this list only once, and then otherwise we'll just return the matcher. Nothing for us to compress, that's fine. And if you do compress and you give us a matcher of a T list, then we actually will compress until the input and the output are the same, right? So cool. So now we can do a router, right? R, and then we'll do compress a router R. List map, right? Where is compare functional? What? Compare functional value? Right. that already. Doom, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, this is it. This is our equal function. I mean, it's not exactly equal, right? It's doing a little more. It's capturing also a variable here. So we can remove that for now for the equality checks. Cool. So that makes more sense, right? The patterns now look really nice. Root, part to each, right? Now the problem is that we have more roots in the middle. So I think if we have a part and then a root, then we'll just keep the part. And that's another compression rule here, right? So we have a part of whatever, and then we have a root, and then the rest. Then we'll essentially keep part P, right? And then just compress once rest. And that works. So you see now that actually turns the pattern exactly into what we want, and I would expect this to work fine for everything, but I don't know yet why we have that part there. I think we want to turn those into roots, right? So if we have a part like that, and then rest, then we'll turn it into root, compress once. I don't like it. Why don't you do that? All right. So otherwise we have a part, right? And we have a rest, and we want to do part, compress once, rest. And we need a base case here. And in the base case, we will just return the empty list. So that way we will traverse the entire list, right? And yeah, that works perfect. So now we could read entirely of those roots that we had there. Cool. So maybe this will work, maybe it won't. Let's see. That doesn't work. Why does it work? Does it not work? Yeah, we're not compressing the of path. That makes sense. So the of path P, right? This would be compress of path P. And that works. And that works there as well. And if we go to Twitch there, I think we don't have that path, but we have chat, right? And that works too. Oof. Look at that. Beautiful. It's a beautiful. We have a small, tiny pattern matching compiler, but just going from two different representations into a shared representation that it's easy to optimize and compress and do all sorts of nice little optimizations on. Fucking love it. You know, folks, like the thing with ocaml is that if you write it for long enough, everything is a compiler. Everything is a compiler. You will not see me write Java or Elixir code. I don't write very idiomatic Java or Elixir code. In fact, I would say I'm a pretty terrible Java programmer. Better now than when I was actively writing Java at Spotify. Um, and I think elixir wise, a lot of the elixir I write makes elixir people look at me funky, like, why would you do that, right? Some, not everybody. Primarily because I use a ton of structs, right? And I try to have as much like compiler feedback as possible. So I don't do almost no dynamic things. There's almost no I'm gonna pass in this atom that will be a module, right? Almost none of that. But yeah, like if there's no reason we couldn't write some elixir sometime on stream. Cool. Yeah, Team everything is a compiler. Right? If you see with the right mindset, like literally here, right? We grab these two representations, we parse them, right? With different things. Like the path one is a very dumb parser, just splits and char and then turns everything into a root of R or a part, right? And then the router actually has a structured input, right? And then we have several passes, this compression, where we get rid of um, redundant things. So we're like doing some optimizations here, and we end up with a canonical representation of a router or a path. We didn't have to modify the way we matched, right? The matching just worked, which is pretty nice. Um, yeah. So now I would like to do one more thing, and is that routers actually need to capture some things, right? So I would love if we could say hello, right, and then name, and then say hello, and then put the name here, right? But right now, that is not going to work as we expect because we have not added support for captures, right? There, look at the part. Cool. So let's make that work. Partially it's happening here in off path, right? I'm confused though because we should be splitting that. No, we do. Okay, we do fine. But it's in the router, right? Where we get the path and we're not really treating the path, right, properly. So we most likely will have to do something like string split on char, horrible path, right? And then map on that, right? And we'll match the part, right? With, if it's empty, then we'll do a root. If it's a part, actually, essentially this, right? A path. I think we can even just call a path here. Right? And I think we need to just put that in a list. Ooh, look at that. That loops. It's probably a bad thing. So why are we not printing the path? Because we compress. Let's see. What is happening? Why is this so slow? Okay, that makes sense. The equality function. If we have var, right, v1, we have var, v2, and if v1 and v2 are the same, then we just continue. Boom. Excellent. We can remove that. Cool. So now we actually get the root part, hello var name, right? And we have an error here, internal server error. We have an assertion failed in line 163. And that's because we didn't find anything, right? But why? Because I think the try match is not capturing. So we expect the first one to be a pattern, so be the variable name, right? And if we do have that, then this is a match, right? So that should match. There you go. But now we're going to do something else. So try match actually is going to carry around, right? Let's say captures. So every time we just like passing the captures like nothing, right? But if we do have a variable and a part, right? Then we're actually just going to add that to the captures. It's going to be v, p, right? And when we return something, we'll do sum, and we'll have the handler and also the captures, whatever captures we have. So here we'll have handler, and then we have captures. Cool, let's see it works. So this ones we can actually do a little iter for, right? Key value and say the info, right? Param, and we can do kv, and then we can do captures like that. And you should say name is world. Perfect. So I think the only thing I do here is that if we do find that something starts with a prefix, right? We're gonna remove that prefix, that column, because then we can use that straight up in a map, for example, right? To give you this map of things that have been bound. I think I can do a string sub, really. Cool. So we just need to set these params somewhere, and then we'll have them in a handler, and then we can use them in a handler. We don't have syntactical support, right, for things like key value maps, but that's okay. So I think we have trail here, connection. We have a few combinators. This will grow for sure, right? And I think we want to add set params, right? This will be params here. Cool, so we can go into trail and go into the connection MLI, right? Where we have a lot of these things. And we can add a new combinator. Params, and this is gonna be a string, right? String list, and we'll get a connection, and you get a connection back. And the connection is actually called T here, so that's good. Connection ML, right? The type doesn't actually have params, so we'll add params here. This will be string list. Path params, right? And then we need set params, right? Set params, and this is gonna be easy because we get params and we get a T, right? And we just need to say T with params. And we just return that combinator. So now we go into the trail MLI, right? And we have here our connection module, a request, adapter, con, right? We don't even need to expose this, do we? Yeah, I think we do. Set params. To build, feet, introduce, request, params. We're gonna install the new version of Trail, right? Which should give us access to these functions. So hopefully in a second this will recompile. In the meantime, we can come here, right? And we'll turn this into an actual, say hello, function, right? And here we'll say name is going to be connection, right? Params, and I might need to annotate this. Yeah, and we'll do list a sock, right? And we'll find for name the parameter we want to extract. And this is going to be an optional, I think. No, that's fine. think we definitely want to have that by string of string. So hello world should say hello world. Hello chat says hello chat. Woo! Dope. We has done it. Okay, so we definitely have the router working, and it works for the different nested patterns that we were going for, right? And we can also get connection parameters that get captured, right? And work with them, which is pretty nice. I'll make a quick issue though on Riot. So Riot. So we don't forget about this, right? This will be support string type and byte string construction patterns. It'd be a lot easier to be able to. It'd be much easier to construct byte strings from existing strings if we had string type. So we can do things like name, hello, or you know, I don't know where to get it from, but yeah. So implementation nodes. I think. If we're going to byte pattern, right? We want to add a new valid identifier. Where the hell did we define those? Parser. Do parse. This involves work in the byte string package, specifically in the byte pattern ML modules. We need to extend the parser, right, to parse new size. String. Update all the error messages accordingly. We can start by extending, updating. I think that we can reuse the add literal string function in the transient builder. Create new tests at the parser and higher levels. We can reuse the add literal string function in transient builder, so this should be supportable. Yeah, okay. Submit new issue. And actually, I think this would be a nice first issue for by pattern if anybody feels like helping out there. So if you want to do some parsing work and stuff like that in ocaml, then this would be a pretty nice place to do it. It's super self-contained. It's a very tiny language. It has a few different passes, different layers, right? Like we go from a string to some tokens. From the tokens, we go to one of these patterns where we bind or expect, right? Which is our parse tree. And then from there, we go into a construction representation that is used for creating byte strings based on the pattern that you have there, right? And yeah. We can definitely do that. I think I just went for that because I wanted to see the value, right? But params right now is an association list. It's just a list, right? I think the very much nicer thing will be to be able to just call it like that, right? But this is defined for arrays, not for lists, and it doesn't work for that. Yeah. Like in Elixir, for example, you would get the params, and you would there like, okay, I want my params to have like hello, right? Pattern match like that. Um, Unfortunately, we cannot really pattern match in these unbounded size collections, right? In OCaml, we could, however, do this pattern match connection params, right? With hello a name, right? Like we can do this, and that would be also nice. Param string, yeah, name. But we don't have a way of saying I'm gonna pattern match in this like entire map altogether. And that means that if you want to pattern match on this list, then essentially, right, we're gonna have um, ordering problems. So the order, like we need to define what order in which parameters will come. The reality is that I think this is a low level primitive that we need to sort of fix one level up with a layer on top of this. Because what I would love to do is to get a params record, right? That says hello is a string, right? But I don't want to build everything around the existence of that type. I want to build something that is easy to use now and we can make safer, right? Um, so if we were to say something like params, right? Or with params, and this thing implements or derives some way of parsing or building itself from a string association list, then we're dandy, right? When you call this thing, if you don't get the right params with the right types, then it won't be called. But this is the base, the bare minimum we need, right? Exactly. From the X point, I would like to have most of that hidden, right? But I think this is the place where having some annotations could help, right? So by default you get this, and if you wanted it to be extra safe, right? Trying to think where would we annotate this? But let's say if you annotate that here, right? And you say this is going to be a route, right? And then you tell us what the name of the type is, right? Like hello args or params. It's not super pretty, but if you do that, then we'll be able to rewrite some of the code you have here to say, okay, well, the first thing we'll do is just redefine the connection to be, and here's where we do all the parsing and stuff like that. Or give you access to params, right? From parsing from the connection. By using a PPX. I don't know if Nick, you're still there, but yeah, PPX mentioned. An alternative here would be to say the pattern that we use is to have, right, our params module, right, or give you an easy way of saying, here's the definition of my parameters, right? Give me a typeset representation of that. But doing that work right now, right, means not shipping. Just, all of these frameworks, they do this part with zero type safety, and they're fine, right? Like, this is not where being type safe actually buys us anything. Sure, maybe I will type 1, 2, 3, and then it will be the int that I expect instead of a bool or a string or whatever, right? But this is the outermost layer of the application, right? It is in the core of your app where type safety is like most valuable. I also really don't like this formatting that we're getting here. So I'm gonna move some of this. Please log in. Hello chat, right? We can even do a nice little module there, module Twitch. Right. So we can just do Twitch, right? Hello chat, right? And here we can do just Twitch subs, right? And then this will be index. List. And we're gonna add one more here. List add, just as the formatting. In practice it's gonna be different, but yeah, that's what it is. Whew. Sabine, I did a little PPX for Dream to parse record types from request parameters. That is brilliant. You declare a record and derive it on it a function to parse it from rec. Excellent. But you could also have a PPX on the routes to derive all these types as well. Yeah, that's brilliant. So like we have a connection here, right? And the connection has a request and it has parameters and all these things, right? Like we see connection params there. The connection has other things as well, right? That maybe I guess they're all in the request itself in other frameworks. I'm thinking, where would it make more sense to add that, right? Because I really like this, and I like that I don't see much, right? I just see like scope, get scope to each, and so on, right? Maybe going into the function, then I can pay the cost of saying like, okay, I'm gonna mentally park now. This thing, you know, will be tagged with the BPX with params, login params, and then I get the params there, right? And these are typed based on this record. But yeah, we can definitely experiment with that. Build this on top, right? You got a link to that BPX, I mean? I think it's also a matter of ROI, right? How many APIs do we have that are primarily request parameter driven versus APIs that take larger inputs, right? As JSON, for example. Because I would argue that if you have a URL that has like 4 or 5 different params, right, and or more, and they're meaningfully typed in a certain way, like integers that are non-negative, stuff like that, right? I don't know. You could have that, but it does sound like your life would be easier if you took a JSON response request, right? I'm also trying to find like if if we push folks towards that by not providing easy type safe params, right? Then we're encouraging them to use other tools, right? Like parsing JSON into records, and there's a lot of work being done in that already. Hey, Positron! Amazing! Glad to have you here. Glad you made it. You doing good? So now that we have that, right? What would be the next piece? We got a basic router, does the thing. We can call it more or less fine, right? It's straightforward to actually build your router. which most likely will be its own file, right? I think what's scary of routers like this is that they become the bottleneck, right, of compilation. Like you need to compile everything before you compile a router. No way, Positron! Thanks for the subscription. Excited to have you on board the caravan. By the way, if you have not joined the Discord yet, do it. The caravan specifically, so much fun. The Riot one is more for like developing on Riot, right? But in the caravan, there's so much stuff happening. It's just amazing. Love it. Love it to pieces. I think it's a Discord. Boom. Ooh, Chatelit. Maker Prism. Hey, Sherry Romatis, thanks for the follow. Nice. Classic ASD builder default being open. Good, good, love it. We got a generate imble, a katuxt, an intif. Love them. These are the things that you want to see, right? Strtepdekel. Classic, right? Hey, Chakal, how's it going? No, we're running ocaml here. She's like half the speed of C++ with like 0% of the issues. No, no, no worries. I mean, I'm just it's just funny because all of the PPXs they have the same pattern. Yeah, it's like I don't know who started this, but every single PPX can be traced back to that one. I kind of wanted to check some. Do you have tests or something like that here? Checking points, nice. I just wanted to see the output, like what is the code that it generates. Pipix, petit desk, petit constru, lident. But I mean, like that's fine. That's how PPXs work, right? Oh, you have the T of string and name of string and stuff like that. Cool. Oh, this is at least you're putting the right extension errors and everything. Cool, you're starting C++. Dope. What are you gonna do with C++? Video games? You gonna build like high performance trading systems or finance stuff, or are you gonna hack your operating system? Are you going to do rockets? What else do people do with C++? Some cheat logiciel. I'm not sure what that is. Can you rephrase that? Nice. I like that. I like that idea, Sabine. I think for my part, I will do just this. So, like, here's the params. We match them from the string, right? The request. Done, right? And then on top of this, we can add safety if people really want it. Oh, game hacking. For like what purpose? Like mods or cheats? Because we don't like cheaters here. We play by the rules. You hear me, son? Just messing with you. Okay, so once we have that in place, right? I guess the next thing that we want to look into would be something like controllers, right? It's like we have something that routes into the right piece of code that you want to run. So now we need to figure out how to write that part itself. And I think what we have right now is pretty basic, right? Your controller is essentially a function that gets a connection, and you can do things with that connection. And that is I think the if I remember correctly, that is the extent, right, of what you get in Phoenix, right? You get like, here's my controller, and I'll get a connection object, and the params are separate. That's fine. In this case, they're just part of the same structure, but and then you have to do things with that connection, like rendering things and so on, right? So it's pretty bare bones, which I don't dislike. I think it's okay. This syntax, by the way, is just lovely. Just the ability to pattern match on a list like that, just excellent. Hmm. Sabine, how do you feel about syntactical support for creating and extracting things from maps? You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, but index helps. Hey Antonio, how's it going? I don't know if it's a PPX, but as something. Oh, we have something here. Make the people hold each other's hands. That's really cool. Hey Niliam, how's it going? Saw you earlier today at Ryan's stream. You doing okay? I love this and also hate it. It's like I love that it's doable. It's like why do we always pick the most horrible syntax? It's like intentional. You know what I mean? It's like let's try something, right? I'm pretty sure this is not gonna work, but Yeah, that's a good point. So in this case, right, this will still just give you the underlying data as it is typed. But I don't think he likes this. So we need a dot operator char, which could be bang or question mark or that. So that should do, right? So then you can do con params. Oh my god. This is cursed. Oh, camel from hell. I don't know. It seems to be it seems to be doing that fine here. And it is not exactly syntax for destructuring, right, maps. We do have multi-index notation to get multiple things. How in the hell does this work? Let's see. I have to do that, and then I do colon dot dot, right? Does that mean I can do con params hello world like that? It gives me back an array, or oh my god! So it extracts multiple things into an array? No, that can't be it. You're lost. Right, then I would have to actually go through and get many of these associations, which I'm not gonna do. Cool, interesting. I don't think, honestly, I don't think it's the worst. I think I could even get used to that. Gonna check those extensions. I can see this being practical, right? Because you're in the route, you expect that thing to exist there, so you just want to get it and then do something with that. And then using list sock, it's okay, right? But then this also means we could have a different representation for the params, but come on, params are never going to be that big. Okay, we'll just leave that there with a note. Note, is this a bad idea? Chacal, why all developers never want to give any advice in C++? Well, I mean, I don't think most developers have advice on that space, right? There's definitely communities where you can go and ask, just white, black hat, or gray hat communities, right? Where they'll be able to tell you more. But I don't do that personally. Not because of a moral thing. I've cheated a billion times in a million games, right? One of the earliest things I remember doing is popping up a hex editor, right, and modifying my Diablo 2 characters. Yeah, just to for fun. Just want to say how it worked, and you end up cheating that way, right? As a gamer, I think cheating fucking sucks, right? But I'm not gonna be playing with you, so that's okay. But I also don't have any advice for you, so I'm not really doing any harm here. Um, so that's about it. You just gotta be ready to get real deep into how some things work, deeper than most people will ever need or want to get. Yeah, as Antonio says, like this is gonna be the hard stuff. Like we're not talking about like, oh, what code pattern should I use, or like we're talking about, hey, I have this binary and I need to decompile it, right, and figure out where exactly would be in the memory sort of space somewhere, right? The variable or the little number that if I flip it changes the behavior of the game. So my character now is invincible or whatever, right? And that sort of shit is very undocumented, like almost not even intentionally. It's just like it is not meant to be documented, right? So if you want to learn hard stuff, you gotta sit down and do the hard stuff yourself, right? No one's gonna do that for you. Anyways, so thanks for that pointer, Antonio. This looks interesting. We keep it in mind. So now we just need different ways of rendering things like text JSON and whatnot. And we actually, I mean, since we have the connection, we can use a lot of the combinators for connections to send stuff. So what can we see in Sinatra? We don't have any of that. It's just we literally return a string that you want to use. We have Haml for rendering Haml templates. Hanami doesn't seem to have a controller itself, like as a thing, right? Or maybe that's fine. It just has routes, and some of them are named. No inconvenience, it's fine. Actions, what are the actions? Okay, so these are controllers. Yeah, you get a request and a response object, and then you have to modify the response object. Yikes. We're not going to do that. Ah, look at this approach, right? They define an action, and the action has a call to a params and function, right? That defines a block for how to parse the parameters and what type they should have. So this is more structure, right, than what we're having over here. Because right now we have a function from connection to connection, right? Uh, we can add more structure to it if it will help. In Elixir, we don't really have that much more structure. Like there are modules for controllers, but really is a function that is being called directly. So this is interesting. I wonder if maybe it makes sense to have individual controllers, right, as modules. So you can provide things like, okay, this is the parsing of parameters if you want. But it may also be too heavy. So I don't know. Oh, we got Dylan. Dylan is live. Nick's at night. Okay, so we'll rate them in just a second. Single action controllers. List resources. Shallow nesting. Crear, editar. Spanish. Español. Interesting. A lot of helpers, right, for defining collections and routes over collections here. Dependency injection. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything interesting around controllers, other than maybe there are some helpers, right, for creating views. So it's more about how to do templating really than what you actually do in a controller. The controller really is just gonna be request or connection coming in, right? Maybe even a response coming in as well. And then you have to somehow construct your response, right? And that usually is modifying the connection directly, just creating a new connection object for the next thing in the pipeline, or mutating that response object as in Hanami does, right? Or literally just returning the string that you want to send to the client. I think we can go into views maybe and see if there's something. I end up missing a framework here. Oh no, you're sick. That sucks. So sorry to hear. Yeah, we're not seeing anything special these frameworks are doing around controllers, right? They may have some helper functions for just rendering specific views, but I think it's more about the pattern of where the views are located and the language the views are templated in and so on than anything else. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. I think for us that will be a little harder to like arbitrarily turn something into JSON. But we might be able to say, hey, we will expect something that is like implements certain derive, right? So as long as you tell us what the certain derivation module is, then we'll turn that into JSON. Yeah. Okay. Since this is another big chunk of work, right? Getting the templates integrated and figuring out what the connection path, like the let's say the abstraction will be here. I think this will be a nice point to call it a night and go raid our friends on the Nix channel. So we'll go do that. They need some people, and we got the people. So starting the raid to Dylan Mulroy and the third episode of Nix at Night. That's gonna be awesome. They're gonna be talking Nix, how to set things up, and so on. Mitame is also there. Waiting for a few of you to go into the raid. Ready to raid. We got 29 viewers and 20 folks are ready to raid. We do one more and we go. 1, 2, 3. All right, folks, let's have fun. Take care, have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm still streaming. That's crazy. I completely forgot about it. Oh my god, gross. Just playing with my mustache. Alright, fine, whatever.